City Council, City of Rialto, acting successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the Rialto Utilities Authority, and the Rialto Housing Authority. The Rialto City Council will come to order. At this time, we'll call on roll call.
Mayor Baca,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Caricevis,
Present.
Councilmember Scott,
Present.
Councilmember Carler,
Present.
Councilmember Montoya,
Present.
City Attorney Eric Vell,
Present.
and Interim City Manager Michael Milhouse.
Present.
At this time, I'll call on the city attorney because we'll be going into closed session shortly after, unless there's someone in the audience that'd like to address us.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there's no one in the audience who wants to make a public comment because that's an attorney from my office who will be in closed session with us. We do have 5 items of existing litigation. We have 3 items of anticipated litigation, and we have a public employee appointment item. City manager has requested that we move that to the top of the agenda in closed session, so we'll be starting with that, if that's all right with you, Mayor. Otherwise, there are no questions. We can recess into closed session.
Seeing none, do I hear a motion to recess to closed session?
moved.
Motion's been made by Andy Caricevis. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Ed Scott. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? None? We'll move into closed session.
turn off power to some customers to protect their neighborhoods? And what can we do to can't reach our
As fires continue to rage across Southern California, we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the fear and uncertainty many of you are feeling. Watching these events unfold is truly heartbreaking, and we want to assure you that your safety is our top priority. Preparedness, coordination, and collaboration have been at the forefront of our efforts. Over the past year, we've strengthened partnerships across city departments and key stakeholders, including Rialto Unified School District, the railways, County Flood Control, and Caltrans. These collaborations are critical to reducing risks, improving response readiness, and ensuring the safety of our community. Notable efforts have included enhanced weed abatement programs by clearing high-risk areas throughout the city to minimize fire hazards, focusing on vulnerable locations, community assessments by conducting fire safety surveys and training in our mobile home parks and senior living facilities to better protect our most at-risk residents. We've improved coordination with CAL FIRE, County Fire, Cal OES, and other regional fire cooperators to ensure seamless local and regional response efforts. Enhancing support for our vulnerable populations by providing critical resources like backup power units and temporary accommodations during power outages and extreme weather events. And enhancing partnerships with city staff to expand planning, response, and mitigation efforts. The strength of Rialto, though, lies in our people, neighbors who care, families who persevere, and a community that stands together. We are honored to serve you and committed to ensuring your safety. Please stay prepared, stay connected, and know that you are not alone. We are here for you every step of the way. Thank you for being the heart of this city and for making Rialto an amazing place to live, work, and play. Stay ready, Rialto. Thank you. As fires continue to rage across Southern California, we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the fear and uncertainty many of you are feeling. Watching these events unfold is truly heartbreaking, and we want to assure you that your safety is our top priority. Preparedness, coordination, and collaboration have been at the forefront of our efforts. Over the past year, we've strengthened partnerships across city departments and key stakeholders, including Rialto Unified School District, the railways, County Flood Control, and Caltrans. These collaborations are critical to reducing risks, improving response readiness, and ensuring the safety of our community. Notable efforts have included enhanced weed abatement programs by clearing high-risk areas throughout the city to minimize fire hazards, focusing on vulnerable locations, community assessments by conducting fire safety surveys and training in our mobile home parks and senior living facilities to better protect our most at-risk residents. We've improved coordination with CAL FIRE, County Fire, Cal OES, and other regional fire cooperators to ensure seamless local and regional response efforts. Enhancing support for our vulnerable populations by providing critical resources like backup power units and temporary accommodations during power outages and extreme weather events. And enhancing partnerships with city staff to expand planning, response,
Come to order. At this time, the City Council, the City of Rialto, acting as successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the Rialto Authority, and the Rialto Housing Authority. Will come to order. At this time, I'd like to call on the attorney for any reports on the closed session.
Mayor, we had a long closed session. We went through 5 acting litigation items. We went through 3 anticipated litigation items and an item of public employee appointment. We do have 1 item left over for the end. That's one of our anticipated litigation items. Council gave direction to the city attorney and to consultant on 1 item. There's no other reportable action on those at this time.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to roll call. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call?
Mayor Baca,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Andy Carasados,
Present.
Councilmember Ed Scott,
Present.
Councilmember Carla Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Edward Montoya,
Present.
City Treasurer Ed Carrillo,
Present.
City Attorney Eric Vell,
Present.
and Interim City Manager Michael Milhouse.
Present.
Thank you. All members present. So at this time, we'll go with the Pledge of Allegiance. This will be led by Councilmember Ed Scott and will remain standing for the invocation by Harry Patton of the Greater Faith Grace Bible Church. Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Harry Bratton.
Yes.
Dear Heavenly Father, I approach you tonight asking you for grace and mercy and wisdom and guidance as you help the City Council tonight navigate through the various agenda items to be detailed, Father. Help them, Lord, to be mindful of who to represent and the jobs they're appointed to do. May this meeting tonight, Father, be transforming, be helpful, be beneficial for all those present. I pray, God, there's unity, there's togetherness, and this council, Lord, will be able to make decisions, the hard ones, the tough ones, listen to the voice of the people, Father, and be able to exemplify leadership that the City of Rialto will be ever so proud of. I thank and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Can we please remain standing in a moment of silence for many of the individuals that have lost their lives in the fires that we have recently held? So a moment of silence for those individuals, and pray for those other individuals that lost their homes, and hopefully that they can recover. So a moment of silence for all of them, please. Thank you. You may be seated. At this point, if there's no objection from any members of the council, I'd like to move an item to discuss the possibility of creating an emergency disaster recommendations as we deal with the disasters that are going on and the outrages that are going on in our city and the city of Rialto. So hopefully that we can incorporate that into the general plan as well, and making sure that we do have a plan in place that deals with the emergencies that may occur in the future, whether it's for fire, water, earthquake, or any other kind of damage that it has, but that Rialto is well planned and working on developing a plan to make sure that we take care of all of our residents in the city of Rialto by having something in place where our citizens know exactly what's going on, where they need to go to, and making sure that they know that the city of Rialto is thinking about them in the best interest of them. So at this time, I'd like to call on Tim Sullivan to give us a presentation in reference to the discussions that have also been going on with Edison and in reference to the PSPS. So, Tim?
Thank you, Mayor. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Little disclaimer, I do not work for Southern California Edison, nor do I represent Edison. I'm the Public Works Director here for the City of Rialto. Tonight, I'd like to provide you with a presentation on what exactly Edison has been doing through their PSPSs, how they're triggered, and also some of the efforts that the city and especially City Council have been making to provide resources to the residents. So with that, I'll begin my presentation. So public safety power shutoff, commonly referred to a PSPS, is what Edison does, and it is a weather-driven power shutoff. They first started using these, mainly the biggest four primary energy suppliers in California started to use this as a preventative measure starting in around 2018 after the Camp Fire, which was also referred to commonly as the Paradise Fire. So to kick off this, I'm going to show you a video from Edison which explains PSPS.
SCE meteorologists and fire scientists continually monitor high fire risk areas in our service territory for high winds, low humidity, and very dry vegetation. Combined, these create the risk of an ignition from our equipment. Although our poles and wires are built to withstand strong winds, flying debris poses a major risk. Vegetation like palm fronds or branches, or objects like furniture covers can become airborne and hit our wires, ignite, and then fall to the ground near dead grasses. As the wind speeds get close to dangerous thresholds, we ask, do we
I don't know, Gabe, can you turn the volume down in here? See if I can get it to play again.
need to turn off power to some customers to protect their neighborhoods?
Yeah.
And what can we do to minimize the number of customers who lose power? Public safety power shutoffs are our tool of last resort. Our meteorologists map the weather. As with a hurricane, this information will get more exact as we get closer to the event. We discuss public safety issues with county offices of emergency management. We see if we can move customers to different circuits to keep them powered. Then we notify all customers who might be affected. If we can't reach our critical care and medical baseline customers who rely on life-saving medical equipment, we try to visit them. On the day of the event, we get readings every 10 minutes from more than 1,050 weather stations. We also gather data from our crews equipped with mobile weather units. We try to let customers know 1 to 4 hours in advance of when the wind will hit. In some cases, the wind comes up too quickly, and in other cases, taking close reads of the weather allows us to avoid shutting off power. When we look for fire risk, we look at the entire length of the circuit. There might be a fire risk at one end of the circuit, even though customers at the other end are in less windy areas. If we can, we shut off only parts of a circuit. When we get an all clear from our meteorologists, we patrol every circuit that was shut off. If we see damage, we will send out crews to repair it. Sometimes there is only a lull before winds will come back. If we can, we inspect the lines and turn power back on temporarily. We understand that shutting off power to reduce the risk of wildfires is a terrible inconvenience. But as the risk of significant wildfire has increased, we are taking this last resort measure to reduce this risk. To decrease the need for PSPS, we are also working to make our grid more fire resistant. For instance, we are replacing thousands of miles of bare wires with insulated wires that reduce fire risk, and installing fire-resistant poles and fast-acting fuses. Thank you for your patience as we work together to keep our communities safe.
All right, so that video gave us kind of a brief overview, but didn't go into a whole lot of detail, right? It says when it's windy, we're going to shut the power off and try not to shut the power off in certain areas if we can't. But really, there's 5 conditions that Edison looks at before it initiates PSPS. The primary one that we deal with here in Rialto is the high winds and high wind gusts. If you notice in the video, you saw the number 45 or 46 sometimes. Well, what the weather forecast, what they look at is sustained winds of 31 miles an hour or greater, or wind gusts of 46 miles or greater. Then they initiate the PSPS system. So they start that by 7 to 10 days out, watching the weather. Within 3 to 6 days, they start to refine and look at what the forecasts are. And then with 2 days ahead of time, when these winds are forecasted, Edison will begin to issue notifications. Now, the city has 505 electrical meters, right? So I get a lot of notifications. But I've signed up for that, and I'll get into that in a little more detail here in the next couple slides. But those notifications start to come out. Edison says, hey, we're going to issue a PSPS, your power may be shut off. The day of the outage, they begin a series, they call it a cadence, a series of notifications that I'm sure a lot of people have seen. In 4 hours, it's likely we're going to shut your power off, and then we're going to shut your power off. Kind of what it spoke to in that video is if those weather patterns or that wind exceeds those thresholds, they'll shut the power off without issuing some of these notifications. So there are times, and we experienced it here, where the power was shut off without any notification. So once the weather improves, they'll go out and survey. They use drones, boots on the ground, visual inspections. Once everything's free and clear, they'll go ahead and turn the power back on or restore the power and send out a notification that, where they're at in those phases. So one of the things that the California Utilities Commission does is they track how many PSPSs have been issued. And what's informative about this graph is that Edison is the blue line, right? We have PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Pacific Corp, which is mainly Northern California into Oregon. But you can see in 2018 when they started tracking these, Edison, I think, issued 3 PSPs. And as of the end of December, they had issued 19. This doesn't include, I think, the 3 or 4 that we just have gone through. So with weather patterns, potentially changing depending on the humidity and the winds, we could see this number even continue to climb or stabilize with their efforts on, what they call covered conductors on their electrical lines and or some of the targeted undergrounding. I'd love to see that number at 0. So now, of course, whenever we talk about electricity, I do want to bring up safety tips for the public. Number one, if you ever see a power line down, do not approach it. Call 911 immediately, and then emergency crews will respond. The other thing that's important that we did see with a lot of these fires and the evacuations is make sure you have an emergency kit ready. Medications, contact numbers, battery-powered radio, things like that. Cell towers go down. Our cell phones aren't the most reliable. They're a very nice convenience. So if you do use a generator at your home, do not put it inside. We don't want anybody to die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Keep the generator outside. And Edison also says do not plug it into your house circuits. And that means your electrical panel, right? Unless you have a system to do that. So plan how to decide or stay or go home, right? Do you shelter in place and just wait for the power to come back on? Or do you go somewhere that has power? So that's another item I'm going to touch in a few slides. And then also stay informed. You can sign up through through Edison's notification system. So like I mentioned, I do receive a lot of emails and texts, and I think a lot of city council members do as well. And I do know that there's a large percentage of the public that does. But if you have not signed up, I highly recommend that customers do go onto the Edison webpage and sign up for notices. This will do any power outage, whether it's maintenance or a PSPS. They'll send you a text and an email. It seems that the email information is a little more informative. And I will tell you from Edison that their system has been overloaded. It's not always the most reliable, okay? The outage maps out there right now are not very accurate. As of yesterday at 5 p.m., they were not being updated. We had power restored, but Edison was still saying the power's out. So there are some issues and some faults, but right now Edison is saying that this is the best way to receive notifications. Another important factor that we have, or Edison has, is what's called a medical baseline. These are for critical care patients or anybody with particular medical needs. Another thing that if you have a medical condition, please sign up for their medical baseline program. One of the options that they do is they will provide certain people critical care backup battery systems. So those are small battery systems as well as solar panels. If you qualify, they are free of charge, right? Also during these PSPSs, they have a list. I do receive a spreadsheet that shows how many critical care medical baseline folks, so I know Edison is aware of it, that are on circuits that are affected by these PSPSs. They will call those homes and occasionally send someone out to go check on them. I think if it's an extended outage. And they do have a resource network of volunteers that do help them with this. So if you know somebody that has a medical condition, please sign up for their medical baseline program. They also provide a couple other options and incentives. So the critical care backup battery program I just mentioned, self-generating incentives for solar panels and the such for your house to help alleviate some of the fluctuations with these power outages, microgrid solutions, which, in my opinion, probably aren't the most reliable right now, and or something you're going to put in your house set up to. Basically pulls you off all the Edison grid, which would be nice if we could do that, right? Especially in a time of all these PSPSs. But they have rebates for portable power stations like that battery backup unit that's there, and portable generators. So it's not that much, but it does help if you're going to buy one. Please go on their website, take a look, see what they have to offer. And there is a list of qualified manufacturers for this program. During the outages also, a lot of folks don't know where to go or what to do. So this is strictly Edison. Edison sets up customer resource centers. The closest one to the city is in Fontana at the Turner Fitness Center. Other than that, you're going to have to go to Mentone or Running Springs. So customers can go there and get, bottled water, snacks, things like that. If they have questions, hopefully they can be answered there. Or if you need any additional support, they can get you in contact with folks that can help you. One of the things that I definitely want to bring up is that I just kind of highlighted what Edison has in their notification process and some of the hurdles that they have. So, I don't work for Edison, I work for the city of Rialto, and I definitely want to thank the city council for their involvement over these last several weeks with all these PSPSs and outages, and finding solutions to the disturbances that these residents are experiencing, right? Also working closely with staff to come to some, aid. What are we going to do? How are we going to do it? So we've put together a couple different programs. The fire department and Parks and Rec department have what we call the hotel vouchers and also portable power banks. Unlike the Edison program, these are free to qualifying residents, all right? I do want to mention we have limited power banks right now and hotel vouchers. Those are for a local hotel that if the priority that we look at in this whole process, we'll go to seniors, veterans, like I said, individuals with any type of disability or need. Our sign-up forms are now on our website through the fire department. Social media has all these contact links and these programs that I've been mentioning. We're trying to get the word out as best we can. So I want the residents to know that we are doing something. Council is doing something. Council has directed us to take action and work closely with us. So this is something that I think would be a huge value to those folks that are in need and help the transition, or at least alleviate some of that discomfort during the power outages. So kudos to the fire department and Parks and Rec for setting this up. The other thing, much like our cooling centers that we have in the summertime where we like to go when it's hot, all right, if you don't have air conditioning, we coined the Rialto Power Centers. So anytime someone was without power, please come to the Grace Vargas Senior Center or the Carl Johnson Center. The difference between the cooling centers and these power centers, we have extended hours, 8 to 6. Also, it's 7 days a week. Sunday, we're noon to 5 over at the well, my typo, I'll claim that one. Grace Vargas Senior Center. So these are also options to get out of the wind, charge your phones. You know, if you need extra help or services, you know, the city staff is a phone call away. So the other thing that the Rialto community has is the food distribution during a power outage. You know, we have a lot of spoilage and things like that. Edison will not reimburse you for that. Edison will tell you, we'll file a claim with your homeowner's insurance. Go ahead if you want your homeowner's insurance to go up, right? So I'm not telling you to do it or not do it, it's your call. But the Rialto community has several distribution sites. They're not all listed here. So there is one more that is off the list. I was waiting on confirmation. That's also the Rialto Unified Methodist Church located at 1230 North Lilac Avenue. So a lot of these are free. I mean, NSG even has a diaper distribution. So Sunrise, there's an eligibility requirement. So we'll post all of this by tomorrow and have this also listed as a resource for the residents to go to. But it's tough when you just bought groceries, the power goes out, you lose everything, you know, especially when you're paycheck to paycheck. So this community does provide. And I want to make sure that that is known to the residents that there are services. So, and it is a growing program. I don't want to limit it to just this. You know, we're constantly working with council and coming up with new ideas, and the implementation has been really quick. So we're not sitting idle. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions and comments. Thank you.
Are there any questions from any members of the council? Hearing none, I just personally want to thank you, Tim, for providing this information to our public. We felt it was very important to create this awareness and informing the communities as to what they can do during the crisis that we're going through with the outages that they're experiencing right now. I think we're taking a proactive stand right now, and then we'll also be creating, as I stated at the beginning, a emergency disaster plan that would be incorporated with this, with the additional information that we have and moving forward. And then hopefully that we can address the generators too as well in terms of the future, looking at ways that we might be able to provide that to some of our residents that have experienced a lot of the outages right now, and those that can't afford those generators too as well. But it's something that the council as a whole is very much concerned. So on behalf of all of us, we want to thank you, and we want to make sure that our communities are aware that we care about their quality of life and what they're experiencing right now, and what we learned from what's happening in the LA area too as well. So from that, I want to say thank you, and I also want to thank the fire department that has been very active in providing assistance, not only with the outages that we have here, but also with what's going on in Palisade and Pasadena area. With that, thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
With that, then, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is presentations and proclamations. Do we have a representative from Edison in terms of the power safety, power shutoff? Well, that was done by Tim, so, okay. The next item that we'll move on to is oral communications. Clerk?
Yes, we have several. We had a representative from the gas company, Janet. Mayor, you want to come up? Here's her card. I can pass these down for each one of you guys.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City staff. My name is Janelle Ruiz, and I'm the new Public Affairs Manager for SoCal Gas, the other utility that covers the San Bernardino area, San Bernardino County area. And although I may be new to my role, I've been at the company for 14 years, so I'm not new to the utility. I'm here to formally introduce myself to you all as your new direct contact should you need anything. My business cards were passed out, so thank you. And lastly, I'm just so excited to continue to foster this relationship and can't wait to take you all as SoCal Gas embarks on its journey being the cleanest, safest, most innovative energy company in America. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have Marlene Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Merlandra Johnson, and I'm a field rep from Supervisor Baca's office. I have a quick announcement about our upcoming point in time count on January 3rd. January 23rd. We're looking for volunteers for the Bloomington and Muscoy communities. The point in time count is a method used to measure homelessness at a particular time and location, which will help communities better understand the scale of homelessness as well as allocate funds for resources. So if anyone is interested, I do have flyers. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next person we have is Christopher. Okay.
Hello, Council. My name is Christopher Huelcota. I am a Rialto native. I am 28 years old. My parents bought a house here when I was 9 months. I am a local skateboarder, active member in the community. I'm here to get lights installed at Margaret Todd Park, get water fountains installed, get the cameras turned on because I know that they are installed, but they are not. The switch is not on. I am also here for. Excuse me. This is my first meeting. I am very nervous. I have notes. So we are here for proper lighting, for water fountain, proper hydration, proper trash and recycling bins, and barbecue pits. There used to be barbecue pits. It's a community center, and there is a lack of the community there. People are very discouraged to be there because it's very dark, and there is the skate park, there is the grass area. I was talking with some kids before. They had to use a white ball because it was very dark in the grass area. God forbid one of them roll their ankle, trip, because of lack of lighting. I have already gone out of my way and started a petition and got all these signatures of people, standing behind me, trying to, raise awareness for the park. I mean, Margaret Sophia Stewart Todd was a teacher. I am very thankful for my teachers and for what they have taught me. I look up to all my mentors, and I'm coming forward to bring awareness. I thank Cynthia for taking the time to, hear me out and for, to push what I'm here for. I feel like, there's no reason why this should not be, pushed enough by the council, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. If Cynthia's in the audience or some representative, Cynthia's here, that you can get together with him and identify some of the problems that are there, and then together with Public Works in reference to the lights that we may be able to put on there for safety of a lot of the kids and others that are using it. So she's in the back, and you make sure you talk to her if you haven't already, all right? Okay, thank you very much.
Next person we have is Anna Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. Ana Gonzalez, Rialto resident. I'm here to talk about the climate action plan, and thank you, Tim, for the amazing presentation. I was actually really excited, looking forward to seeing the presentation. Today I had the opportunity to go visit the Altadena community, and one of the things that really shocked me was that community was very, very similar to the city of Rialto, and seeing the just the crazy potential that this city can be in that danger zone, close to, being close to the hills and with the winds and everything, just, you know, the potential for being such a disaster like what happened in Altadena. Almost 75% of the community is completely gone. And I know I've been having conversations with a lot of our state legislators and other elected officials across the county yesterday and today. And there's just a lot of resources that community members are asking for, such as generators, such as, you know, food resources, and all of these things. And I think we're not taking a proactive approach when it comes to these climate disasters. And so I want to make sure that the city of Rialto is well equipped and being proactive about these conversations that need to take place, and the proper planning and long-term goals that we need to set for ourselves. Like, hey, let's start having conversations about microgrids. Let's start having conversations of bringing funding for our community members to have solar panels. I mean, I have solar panels in my home, and my home, when there was a power shut off recently, was the only home lit in my block. And so why can't other community members have those opportunities? And there's such a plethora of programs out there, but we're not bringing those resources to our communities. So I feel like there needs to be a roundtable where we're having these conversations, because what happened in Altadena and Palisades and all those other communities can happen here, and it's just a ticking bomb waiting to happen. And I want to make sure we're being proactive about it. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. And our organization provides all those resources. So I want to make sure we're having those conversations and bringing community to the table. So thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. As I stated before, this council is very much concerned with our communities and taking the appropriate steps to make sure that we provide the assistance that is needed to them in all areas and conditions that impact the city. So thank you very much. Next.
That's all we have. Rest of the things is for tabs.
Seeing that there's no other action, we'll move on to the consent items. Is there any member that'd like to pull any item on the consent? Councilmember Scott?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull consent item F4 for a separate discussion.
Okay. We'll pull item 4 for separate discussion.
You say F4?
F4. Is there any other item? I'd like to just not really pull it, but just make a correction, and if we can do the correction, we don't have to pull it. On item E1, on correct the name of the mayor that has to sign the document. It says Joseph Baca. I don't know if we have a Joseph Baca that represents us on page 4 of that document, and then page 5 of that document, it also has Joseph Baca. It's Joe Baca. So just correct that if that's okay. That with that correction, then I don't need to pull that item.
For E1?
E1, yeah. Just correct the name, and other than that, I'm okay with it. Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the?
You want me to address F4?
Okay, we can address F4.
Are you here to speak on F4?
Yes, sir.
Probably my questions are probably more for your department head, but here are my questions. Can these contracts be held over to the next council meeting by chance?
Yes.
So we don't need to act on any of them tonight?
Correct.
Okay, and then my question for you, Mr. Sullivan, is this council has repeatedly asked that we end some of these relationships with these contract employees and these companies and bring on employees in the city. I still do not see that we're doing that either in development services or in public works. So before I'm willing to vote on this item, and I hope my council, the rest of the council will support me on this, I'd like to see a report from you and the HR department on what we're doing to recruit to fill positions to take the place of on-call inspections and inspectors in a number of areas.
Absolutely, I'll prepare that for you.
Okay, so can we carry this item over? My motion would be to carry this item over till the next meeting.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Any opposition? All those in favor say aye.
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 No opposition? Then we'll do is move it over to the next meeting, and that's item F4. Any other items? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to accept the consent items?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Member Ed Scott and seconded by Carla Perez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Consent item is approved. Next item on the table is under new business, which would be tab 1. Request the city council to conduct a public hearing for the placement of lien or delinquents refused collects amount for the quarter of 2024, and adopt resolution number 83-150 and authorize the filing of liens against the certain properties for delinquents. Yes?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. This evening, I am requesting that the City Council conduct a public hearing for the placement of liens for the delinquent refuse collection accounts for the second quarter of 2024. On November 12th, 2024, the City Council approved the request to set a public hearing for this evening, January 14th, 2025, to review and consider the placement of liens related to delinquent refuse. Notices were mailed to the owners of the properties shown on Attachment 1 on December 20th of 2024. At this time, I would request that the City Council conduct the public hearing, take any public testimony, and consider the placement of liens against the delinquent properties identified on Exhibit A of the resolution, and adopt resolution number 8315, authorizing the filing of liens against the properties for delinquent refuse accounts with the San Bernardino County Auditor Controller Recorder's Office. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions by member of the council?
Can we allow the public to speak first?
Yes. Any member in the public wishes to address this item?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made to close it by members Ed Scott, seconded by Andy Catacetis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Move approval of resolution 8315.
Second.
Motion's been made for approval of 8315. 8315. Motion's been made by Ed Scott, seconded by Carla Perez. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any oppositions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is tab 2.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. I'm Cynthia, the Director of Parks and Recreation. The item before you is to request council conduct a public hearing to receive community feedback and approve the naming of the Rialto Habitat Nature Center to the June Hayes and Deborah Robertson Habitat Nature Center. I have a presentation for you that I will go over quickly. Gabe, can you pull up my PowerPoint? Okay, we'll get started and hopefully it comes up. So the background to this is City Council approved a naming of the parks and other city facility policy back in January of 2012. Sorry. Parks and facilities can be named after an individual, whether they're living or deceased. It can also be named after an organization. No more than one park or facility can be named after an individual or an organization. The person or organization that is being considered must have completed a minimum of 20 years of service to the community or have donated a minimum of 50% of the value of that park or that facility. Once it's been found that the request meets one of those criteria, the Parks and Rec Department will submit a staff report to council for review and discussion, and council makes that final determination. As far as meeting the policy criteria, council made the recommendation to take that consideration on November 12th. And on the 10th of November, we had the setting of the public hearing. Today is the public hearing. Dr. June Hayes, to give you a little bit of background, she was elected to the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District in 2016. She was reelected in 2020 and again in 2024. She represented Division 1. She served areas of Rialto and Fontana, including the Fontana Water Company, the Marigold Mutual Water Company, Rialto Water Services, and West Valley Water District. She was a lifelong resident and dedicated advocate for Rialto. Dr. Hayes played a pivotal role in shaping San Bernardino Valley's water future and solidifying its position as her position as a leader in the watershed resilience. Dr. Hayes also served as the vice chair to the Rialto Utilities Commission from 1995 until her passing this past October. Mayor Robertson, to give you some background on her, she was elected to serve as Rialto's mayor in 2012, 2016, and 2020. During her tenure, Rialto has gained recognition as a leader in municipal innovation, particularly in environmental sustainability, economic development, and equity. In 2021, she was appointed by the Biden-Harris administration to the Environmental Protection Agency Local Government Advisory Committee. She's a Rialto resident since 1988, and she served previously as Rialto council member for 12 years prior to becoming the mayor. She served as the Rialto Airport Commissioner. She was on the Budget Oversight Committee, and since 2002, she has represented Rialto and Fontana on the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Council, as well as on various regional committees focused on economics and energy policy. Here is a picture of the draft of the Nature Center. So it's being constructed on city-owned property adjacent to the Rialto water treatment plant. It's 10 acres of open water, vegetation, and wetland habitat. The project will also serve to improve the quality of life for residents of Rialto, as the lake will be designed to include pedestrian trails, open space, and educational environmental programming. The naming of this facility will honor the vision and contributions of both Dr. Hayes and Mayor Robertson to the environmental stewardship and sustainability on behalf of the city of Rialto. The recommendation this evening is for, staff recommends that City Council open the public hearing to receive community feedback and discuss and approve the naming of the Rialto Habitat Nature Center to the June Hayes Deborah Robertson Habitat Nature Center.
Thank you. Are there any members from the audience that would like to address this item?
Yes, you have Brenda Parker.
Brenda?
Mayor, just to note, this is a required public hearing item, so we should open the public hearing and make sure that her comments during the public hearing.
I thought, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's.
You're fine, you're fine.
You're fine, it's
Just
me.
housekeeping.
It's, this is a public hearing, so it's now open for the public to make any comments.
So any public can make comments whether they filled out a form or not, is that correct? Yes or no? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. I just have really a quick comment about the naming of the habitat, which I think is really great. However, I do find it a bit difficult to understand how do we put two names on a building, because that's never been done here in Rialto. And the fact that June Hayes and Deborah Robertson are, in my eye, as a citizen of Rialto, on two different levels. So I'm just asking the city council to kind of consider and look at renaming this in honor of former Mayor Deborah Robertson, and then we find another building or another habitat or another place to name, to put Miss June Hayes' name on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good
Linda?
evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Linda Chapman. I also find it disturbing that you would want to put two people in the same building. When we did Mayor Grace Vargas, it was just the Grace Vargas senior citizen. I feel that Mayor Robertson, you guys are disrespecting her. She spent 24 years in this city. She should be entitled to whatever you give her to have her name only. And I really think the citizens of Rialto should, I am tired of you guys disrespecting our citizens and people who work in this city to do a great job. And not giving people enough notice. And Ms. McKee, please make me understand, as a commissioner, I remember that we made rules about naming. Wasn't there a time when we had to get signatures, so many signatures, there was rules about naming buildings and the public got involved? Or did we not do that when I was a Human Relations Commissioner? Do you know? Okay, well, I thought we went over that as commissioners, but I still think that it bothers me because Mrs. Robertson, you know, we had these signs, our mayor, when the gentleman that ran against her was not our mayor. You disrespect our mayor. Now, you want to put Mrs. Hayes in the same category as Mrs. Robertson on the same building. I just think it's unfair. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other comments? Not,
Move to close the public hearing.
motion's been made to close the public hearing. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Second. Okay. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Scott?
Yes, I'm actually the one that made the recommendation that we name the habitat. It's not a building, it's the actual habitat itself, after Dr. Hayes and Mayor Robertson. And the reason for that is that myself, Mayor Robertson, Dr. Hayes sat on the water committee of this city, and both Mayor Robertson and Dr. Hayes were very instrumental in raising the money for this habitat through both of their agencies that they represent, which both represent the city of Rialto. Dr. Hayes worked tirelessly to help us obtain water from a number of outside agencies to support the habitat, and was very active with the fish that is known in the waterway down there, which is tied in with this habitat. So I really felt it was appropriate to honor both of them by naming the habitat after each one of them. And as we all know, Dr. Hayes passed away in October, and I just think that the mayor is deserving of having her name on it also. And it is certainly no disrespect to either one of them. I appreciate the hard work both of them have done, not only for the city, but especially for the habitat, because without the two of those people, that habitat would not be there and would not be proposed. So that's my reasoning for it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do I hear a motion?
I would move approval.
Motion's been made to make approval. That was done by Member Scott, seconded by Andy Catacetas. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item is tab 3, request that the City Council concur with the appointment of a mayor pro tem. So we have the responsibility to select a mayor pro tem. It's open for nominations or discussions from members of the council. There a motion?
To nominate someone.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Sure.
I kind of feel that tab 3 and tab 4 are out of place. I don't know if we discuss that now or what. With tab 4, we're to discuss a new rotational process. But if we discuss that after we nominate a pro tem, isn't that kind of out of order?
If I may have the attorney,
The council, of course, has discretion which order to take these in. There's nothing legally infirm about appointing a mayor pro tem tonight and then adopting a policy as to how each other subsequent mayor pro tem will be appointed. It is entirely up to Mayor Yu and the council as to which way to proceed. There's nothing wrong with appointing a mayor pro tem now and then adopting the policy after.
And sir, I brought the staff report, and after every election, we nominate. I bring the staff report in from the dais here, nominate a mayor pro tem, and the reason why I brought it, and I hope that we appoint someone tonight, because I need to finish doing, giving the lists to the prospective peoples from the state, the county, and other cities for the mayor pro tem. So it's a list that I need to provide, that when we do our reorganization, I need to have that. So I hope we can appoint someone tonight.
yeah, what I'm hearing is that if we don't make a motion, then if we took tab 4, that we would have to bring that back at another meeting, which then would delay the process. Is that correct?
Yes, that I need to continue. You can continue talking about tab 4, but tab 3, I need you to appoint. I need the council to appoint a mayor pro tem tonight.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, Mayor, since we've in the past years been on a 2-year rotation, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Ed Scott.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Or we can take a roll call.
Everybody said aye. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you. I just
Any
need to
opposition?
make the
Hearing none?
motion by,
Motion by Carla Perez, seconded by Edward Montoya.
thank you. That's what I needed.
Well, congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Ed Scott. The next item on the agenda is tab 4, and that's basically the one I requested. I requested that and I tried doing this 2 years ago, but couldn't get it moving. I thought it would be important for the Mayor Pro Tem to be on a rotating basis with individuals who have served for 2 years, and then the next person in line that has not served as a Mayor Pro Tem with the highest seniority then would come in and take that spot, and as well as the rotation then would be, for example, Mayor Ed Scott has just been selected. The next person in line then would be Carla, and then the next person in that then would be Edward Montoya if re-elected, and if not, then Andy Caraceres would be the next one in line, and then going back in that rotation. So that's the way it would probably occur if that happens, but just wanted to mention that because we don't really have a policy in place or a procedure. We just basically every 2 years just select whomever we want, but I felt it was important to gain the experience because we never can tell who's going to be the next mayor, or if something happens to the mayor and there's importance for that person to take over, then that person then has the responsibility to take over as well. So that was my rationale for bringing it back up. Do I hear a motion to accept that? And then we'd have to bring it back at another meeting for adoption. Is that correct?
Yes, the council can either do this by resolution or by ordinance. If you choose to do it by resolution, we can have it on your next agenda as a discussion item or as a consent calendar item if you agree, and that'll finalize it. If we bring it back by ordinance, you'll have to do a first reading and a second reading. It'll go into your municipal code, and then you have to go through the process of changing the municipal code if you want to move away from that in the future. But we can do it by either vehicle.
Yeah, and by doing it by resolution too, we can actually circumvent that process too as well, right? Correct? So if we decided we didn't want to do a rotation in 2 years, we can vote for anybody else if it's done based on a resolution versus an ordinance. What is the will of the members of the council? Hello? Do I hear any kind of motion?
I'm okay with moving forward with this. I think a resolution would probably be our best option.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. All those that oppose, hearing none, motion carries. We'll do it in reference to a resolution. The next item on the agenda is tab 5, request the city council to consider a draft ordinance to fill vacancies elected to office and provide direction to the city attorney necessary to finalize that ordinance that would take place in 2 years from now. Is that correct?
Yes.
At the next election?
At the next election. It would take effect
Only if there's a
within
vacancy.
30 days after you approve the ordinance. If you approve the ordinance, it only takes effect if there's a vacancy.
I thought the motion was by resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about item 5, which is the ordinance on filling vacancies.
Yeah,
Is
we
that what
already
we're
done
talking
the
about?
other one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's going to be an ordinance?
This would
The
be an
proposed.
ordinance, correct, if you move forward with it tonight. At the mayor's request, we have prepared a draft ordinance that in the event a council vacancy or a vacancy in the position of clerk or the treasurer should occur during their terms, that the council would fill this by moving to the next highest vote tally or vote getter for that position during the term, unless state law requires an election. And so, for example, if there are 2 full years left in the term when a seat becomes vacated, state law requires us to have a special election. If there's less than 2 years, then you can fill it by appointment or special election. This ordinance would say that if you have less than 2 years, then the council will appoint the person who got the next highest vote tally, the next highest vote getter, to that position. It also provides what would happen if that person either refuses or is no longer eligible, if they've moved out of the city or they're not a registered voter. Then it would go to essentially the third highest vote getter. What I need instruction on tonight is, one, do you approve of this process? And if you do, what happens if we get to the 4th highest vote getter and there's either nobody left or they refuse? Do we go to the 5th if there is one? And if not, do you approve? Do you want to appoint? Do you want to go out to a special election? I know it's an odd contingency, but I've got to build that into the ordinance. You can certainly formalize an interview process if you want to do that for a selection. I would suggest that you just indicate that you could then, if you go through the 2nd and the 3rd and you're down to the 4th, that the council just go through an appointment process. But that's for you to discuss and give me direction to tonight.
Okay, it's open for discussion. Member Scott,
Was there anybody from the community that asked to speak on this item?
Yes.
Okay, is there a member from, would you please call a member from the?
Yes, Charlemagne Chapman, Moorhead.
Good evening, Mayor Baca and council members, city officials. I had a whole speech written out, and I actually had prepared comments that I shared with you all on December 10th and again January 7th. And that old Albert Einstein quote just popped up in my head the last 15 minutes or so, because you guys never discuss anything. There's never any discussion. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So I'm gonna channel my mother over there, Linda Chapman, and I'm just gonna take just a minute briefly and speak from the heart. I love Rialto. I moved here in 1972 at 6 years old, and it was the best thing for my life. My parents coming here for my dad to go to U of R was life-changing for me. Not having to grow up in Compton and look at the fate of some of my cousins and my friends. Morgan Elementary, Frisbee Junior High, the 25th anniversary class of '84 Eisenhower graduates. Last week, you guys left such a bitter taste in my mouth. I started talking to a lot of my friends who grew up here in the 80s, who left here, and all they do is trash the city. And I'm always advocating, oh, it's not bad, it's great. My parents are still there, you guys. The way you guys selected and appointed, all due respect to you, Mr. Montoya, it was just a disgrace. There was no discussion. I worked in PR and marketing for 32 years, corporate communications. I've orchestrated a lot of things, and what you did and how you did it felt very orchestrated. You took a break and went to the back and came back, and Mrs. Councilman Perez makes and here we are. We don't know why. Then you've got Ana Gonzalez. I don't even know if she's still in the room. You disenfranchised my vote. Ana Gonzalez got 7,209 votes, and I was one of them, and I feel disenfranchised. With all due respect, Councilman Perez, you got 7,900. 691 votes between the two of those candidates. 691. She's here on the council, with all due respect. A win is a win. But you've got somebody who sat here and interviewed last Tuesday who was the most qualified of all the 15 people. I sat through this whole thing, and you guys just totally disenfranchised all 7,209 people that voted for her. We are constituents of Rialto. We love this city, and our vote should not be discounted. We need this ordinance. You guys will sit here and say, oh, no discussion, and not vote for it, and we've been down this road. I see what's happening here. I see what my mother has advocated for in this city for the last 30 years. Well, I have her back. I have the citizens' back, and I'm not going anywhere. And I hope for one time now, you guys do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members from the community that would like to address this?
We have Brenda Parker.
Good evening, council members, community members, and everyone watching on television. First of all, I would like to say, Tim Sullivan, great presentation. And it was nice to hear that for once, this council may be taking a proactive approach. The sad thing about the whole presentation is everything that was emergency was on the south side, except for Sunrise Church. And when the specific plan was made for the Pepper specific plan was created, that would have been a great place for emergency use. I just want to kind of highlight some things about this particular council. You voted to build warehouses throughout the city next to homes, parks, and schools. You rezoned the Pepper specific plan to accommodate kind of your personal views, because it was said aloud on the council that if developer gave us a little bit of money, I might change my vote. Raphael Trujillo said that. You know that. And that was against the voices and the votes of the people. The votes and the voices that the community and you agreed upon in 2017. You misled the other community, our community up north, having them to believe that you were not going to allow the Rialto Springs project to move forward. And it's back on the table. You're looking at it again, to once again build a warehouse next to our homes. That is just a few bad, really bad decisions that you all have made. Not to mention the medians that you put down the middle of baseline, the concrete, with no regard, no nothing, no beautification, no nothing, just throwing the city away. Now, Mr. Montoya, I have to say, thank you for bringing that tab 3 and 4 to attention. I agree. The discussion should have been made before the appointment. And I understand, Ms. McGee, your position and what you had to do. But Mr. Montoya, there were people that paid their dues and paid to run in that election and wanted to be council, and you did not. But here you are. It was the council opportunity to make a diverse council, and you did it. You all wanted to make the next highest vote getter about Ana Gonzalez. It was not about her. It was about the next highest vote getter, period, no matter who it would have been. And that's what the community is speaking about, the next highest vote getter. And then we have Mr. Vail here stringing it all out to make it look like what the possibilities could be in a negative connotation. My fear is that you will continue to make these really, really bad decisions, and I'm hoping not. My fear is that you will continue to run this city into what my mother would say and my grandmother would say, to hell with gasoline drawers on. Prove me wrong. I'm asking you to prove me wrong and approve this next highest vote getter ordinance. Restore the integrity, the honesty, and the democratic policy back to the city of Rialto. It is very unfortunate that you have taken your power and used it against the city, against the voters that voted you into those seats, and you've betrayed them on more than one occasion. Restore it. Restore your honesty, restore your integrity, restore the integrity to the city, and relinquish some of that power. Don't be afraid to give it up, to give it back to who it rightfully belongs to, which are the people. The people voted, and they voted for who they wanted to be in that seat. No offense, Mr. Montoya. My prayer is that you continue to bring to light the backward business that has been done on this council for many years now. Thank you, and you have a great evening.
Thank you, Brenda.
Next, we have Ana Gonzalez.
That's hard. All right, Honorable Mayor and council members. Oh, I think I need a minute. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm gonna stand here with you, okay? Because I'm not talking.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you on behalf of a concerned community members who seek your support in establishing a consistent and transparent policy to fill vacancies. Oh my God. It is now obvious that on 2 occasions, this council has chosen to appoint individuals who did not participate in the election process in the respective most current election to fill those vacant seats. This practice has led to a sense of disenfranchisement among the voters of Rialto. Our community feels disrespected and ignored as their efforts to engage in the democratic process appear to have been overlooked. I had hoped that through the interview process, candidates would get a fair chance. These appointments have been bypassed. Individuals who actively campaign, who met with citizens every day, attended meet and greets, and invested their resources in hopes to serve this city. These candidates demonstrated their commitment and their desire to represent the people of Rialto, yet their efforts seem to have been set aside. Today I stand before you perhaps naively again, but with hope that this council will listen to its constituents who have patiently waited for their voices to be heard and be respected. One of our own council members told me that perhaps I am too naive to lead, but I never give up hope, and best believe I will serve this community with a title or not. We propose that this council adopts a policy where the next highest vote getter in the election automatically fills the vacant seats that occur. You have the opportunity to lead by example to show that every vote counts and every effort to engage in our city governance is respected. I urge you to consider this proposal seriously and to align your actions with the spirit of transparency, fairness, and respect for the constituents you serve. And like folks have said, this was never about me. It was about the people. Thank you for your time. And the reason why I'm crying is because when I look at the faces every day and people are angry and telling me I have to do something, I just sit back and say, it's okay. We're gonna try again. And I just hope that you feel and hear their anger as well, because I hear it every single day. So do us right.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any other members from the community that would like to?
I don't have any more revocation forms.
Before I call for, I asked, yeah.
I don't have any more forms.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys, I did not take a form in. My name is Roberto Solis, member of this community for actually my whole life, outside of my time in college. And I'd like to present a scenario to you guys in which a council member has a vacant seat for unforeseen circumstances, let's say loss of life. Would we refer back to a vote from several years ago to fill that vacancy? I don't know if that's the most appropriate sort of action to take. A lot can happen in that time. The voters may feel differently than they did in the last election. I think emotions in this one is so high because a member decided to vacate their seat for an election, and that's why it was so close. But there will be times when the gap is sort of wider. And I think that the current system of interviewing and appointing people has not steered us too far off. So I'd like to be the voice of opposition as a resident that should we do anything, I'd probably say special election, but if not, leave the system as it is in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members that wish to address?
As somebody who feels like an elephant in the room and is in the neutral standpoint and is only here to get lights for their park, I now know why people don't want to get involved in politics, and I can see why it is a very controversial, controversial genre of the city and of government as a whole. I'm always the one to try to be peaceful, try to, de-escalate situations and bring everybody to a common understanding, and that's pretty much what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Linda?
She already spoke. Are you recalling people back again?
No, this is another Linda.
To the mayor and council, I'm here to speak tonight on the highest vote getter. I think it's fairness, and I think we need fairness in our democracy. Did you know how much it costs for a candidate to start an election? It can cost from $50 to $4,049.90 just to get on the ballot. That does not include your signs, your mailers, or any other expenses you have over the time to campaign to go out and seek the vote of our citizens. What got me involved in this, when 2020, I supported the candidacy of Stacey Augustine and Andrew George Carroll. Stacey Augustine was a businessman. I worked with him as an ambassador for the chamber. We did the freeway walk dance on one night for the 100th anniversary. We walked on the freeway the next day. He was a transportation commissioner. He worked on various committees over 12, 13 years. He asked for my vote. Andrew George, well, Andy Carroll, let's go that way, was a retired captain here in the city of Rialto. I met Andy when he was an undercover cop, when I worked with Neighborhood Watch. And he worked through the system and became a captain. Both of those men in 2020 should have been able to do that seat. Along with them was a gentleman named Michael Taylor. Mr. Taylor was a former police chief at Baldwin Park and an interim manager. So my question in 2020 was why these three candidates would not have been able to sit on that diocese. And in 2024, I had the pleasure of working with Anna Gonzalez, you guys' is boogeyman. To me, Anna is just a smart woman who may not think like you, but are you really supposed to be duplicates on a council? It's a 3-2 vote. One person, like Mr. Montoya today, thank you, sir, who spoke up to tell you that he questioned something that was on the agenda. It was refreshing. Thank you for that. We don't get that. And Mrs. Gonzalez, the reason why I supported her is because she believed in the environment and the health and safety of our city. Our air and water is important. My friend Sandy, 83 years old, has asthma at 83. Anna is working through the community for the protections of our citizens and our children and our seniors. I supported Calvin Moore because Calvin also had worked 15, 20 years in the city as a commissioner and done other things promoting Rialto and San Bernardino, Fontana. Wherever he goes, he lights up about our city. I say all that to say that good people have taken the money and the time to put themselves out there and ask for our votes. Yet, you guys take the time to put the people you want to put in place. It's not fair. It's not fair. And if any of you want to go look, it's free. You can look online and go look up the 460s forums and see what these people who I'm talking about have spent their cost to try to get on that dais, try to serve the people of Rialto. It's just not fair. But if Anna, if he wasn't running, I love you dearly, I would support Ms. Davis. I would support Mr. Moore. I would have supported Mrs. Campacho. I would have supported Ms. Vargas if they had gotten the third highest vote. whoever gets the third highest vote earns that. And when you guys invited 15 people, there was a lot of good candidates. We sit here and listen to each and every one of them. And in your presentation, you would say there was 3 criteria that you expected to meet. I think one was diversity and some other. There was 3. I should have wrote them down. I apologize. But I agree with my daughter. There was no deliberation. You got up, you nominated the very first person that you interviewed, but you didn't tell us why. But several of the candidates that got up here prior to that said to you that the one thing, and even you, Mr. Matoya, that the council would be more open and do more discussion and deliberations with the citizens. You did not do that. So, but I was told by someone on the council, and I respect that. You had the right to choose whoever you want because we gave you that power. But now I'm asking you to please make the next highest voter the ordinance out of fairness, fairness, fairness. Vote by the people, and for the people, it is called a democracy. I thank you for giving me my time.
Thank you very much, Linda. Is there anyone else? If not, then I'd just like to state that I'm the one that asked to put this item on the agenda. And before we discuss this particular item, and one particular comment that Brenda made in reference to Eisenhower High and the fence that's there, we're actually working on trying to beautify that so it doesn't look like a prison. So I think Public Works is working on that. So we did hear your voice when you did mention it, Brenda, so we are working.
It's not just that, it's the median period down based on it. All of that is concrete and rock.
Right, we're in the process of trying to beautify the city itself, but we did hear your voice. I just wanted to let you know. Now, in reference to tab 5, first of all, I'm the one that asked to put it on here, but I asked to put it on there because members of the community, I want to thank them, for bringing it to not only my attention, but to the city of Rialto as well. And I want to thank both Lindas. I want to thank you, Brenda, and I want to thank Ana Gonzalez, and then the citizens, and Michelle, and the citizens of Rialto for bringing this up. Now I'm going to open it up for any discussion, and hopefully that I can get a motion in a second. If not, I'll make that motion to approve this because it's something that should be in place for any individual, and how we go about doing it is something that still needs to be worked out in reference to the details of not only just the last highest vote getter, but in case of a death or something that happens, or an accident to any individual or a member that resigns to as well, that we go back and appoint the highest vote getter from the last election, not previous elections, but the last election. And if we can incorporate that into that as well. So at this point, I'll open it up for any discussion. Yes, Carla?
Thank you, Mayor. So as Attorney Eric Vale mentioned, we can go back a certain amount of candidates. So I think that we should go up to third. Every election varies. Sometimes we have 3, 4, sometimes 7 candidates. So I think going as far back as a third when there's an open seat during that election. I'm in agreement with the gentleman here who mentioned, sometimes things change. If something were to occur, not, during an election period, a year from now, or, when there hasn't been a recent election, then at that point, I think it should be by appointment because things change. People move, feelings change, and so, we have different options in different scenarios as mentioned.
Any other input or discussion? Member Scott?
Thank you. The policy of the city has always been to appoint or go to a special election If we want to change that policy, we certainly, as a council, have a right to do. I support that policy, but I'm certainly open to what the rest of the council wants to do. I think Robert had some very good points, especially if an individual like the city clerk or the city treasurer were to leave office in their 4th year to go back to the previous election, which would be 4 years prior to that, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think that position should be filled by an appointment. If we want to change this process where we appoint the next highest vote getter, you know, if the council's open to that, then I guess we'll all be open to that. To me, the issue is that the appointment was not to the vacant seat that was up for election. The seat that was up for election was Rafael Trujillo's seat, and there was no other open seat. Had Mayor Bakov not defeated the Mayor Robertson, he would have remained in his existing seat. So I don't know that there's a real legitimate reason to go to the next highest vote getter. I personally would prefer to go to a special election, but there was no support to go to a special election. I'd like to hear what the rest of the council has to say about this.
Any other member wish to address this item? If not, I understand, you know, the complications that could be involved in reference to going back to a clerk, but I think we're referring to a city council seat and not to a clerk or any other position. So this is specifically for a council seat. Pardon me?
Yeah, the way the ordinance is drafted, it's any elected official, so it would include the clerk and the treasurer. If you excluded those from the ordinance, then you would just follow state law, which would give you the requirements of either fill it by special appointment or go to a special election. So that's why I've included them in this ordinance. You can take them out.
Oh, okay. Now, I'd like to make the motion to accept this ordinance, see if I get a second to discuss it. If not, it dies. Do I hear a second?
Now, the discussion would be, because I know we mentioned different scenarios, so.
It would still have to come back and
Okay.
corrections would have to be done to this ordinance, right?
Yeah.
Correct?
The ordinance as drafted right now would require you to fill a vacancy in the last 2 years of the term, because remember, under state law, you've got no option. In the first 2 years, you have to go to special election. Can't change that. So we're really talking about a vacancy in year 2, or year 3 and 4. This ordinance would say that if a vacancy happens in year 3 or 4, you automatically, the person who's the second highest vote getter for that office, whether it's a council, mayor, or clerk, or treasurer, would automatically be appointed, assuming they're eligible. And what I mean by eligible, well, under state law, you have to be a resident of the city and a registered voter. They also have to agree to do it and be alive.
Right.
And so if they're not eligible, they refuse, or they're not alive anymore, then it would automatically go to the third highest vote getter. After the third highest, the way the ordinance is drafted right now is it simply defaults to state law, which would allow the council to appoint or go to special election. So if you want something to happen after you go through the second and third, I need to know what that is. It could be to go to the fourth, but keep in mind you're gonna be looking at the second and third years. I'm sorry, the third and fourth years of the term.
So for council, I mean, we would have had a more recent election, because it's every 2 years, but for.
This is a
I mean,
unique circumstance.
Yeah,
yes.
so for for example, for treasurer or for city clerk, I mean, could it read differently? Because again, that's every 4 years, and that is kind of going further back to an election.
Well, every term is for 4 years, even
Well,
though you're
yeah,
having
but I
different
mean-
elections.
The vacancy only occurred because the vacancy, I had 2 years remaining, and since I got elected for mayor, then we had an opportunity to appoint the third highest vote getter or make an appointment.
Yeah, no, I understand
And
that.
this body chose to make an appointment.
So the point that everyone was making, you know, when speaking is that in that most recent election, not prior elections. So in that circumstance, it would have been this current election. But what I'm saying is that, for example, for, you know, city treasurer and city clerk, there won't be an election in that field in 4 years. So they would, so
That's correct, but if there, let's say, for example, it was mentioned that if a death occurred or a resignation occurred, then this motion then would allow us to possibly appoint the third or fourth highest vote getter that ran in this last election. That's correct, if it's done within 2 years.
Second or third,
Right.
correct. And if we're talking about the position of clerk or treasurer, you would go to the most recent election, which would have been, let's say, in, I think your scenario, 4 years ago. Or in this case, 2 years ago.
No, they just ran now.
Well, then, that would be the most recent. Yeah, you'd have to go now. If they did 2 more terms, then you're looking at this most recent election 2 years from now.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Brenda?
Carla, thank you so much for your line of questioning. Let's make it clear. Stop making this difficult. This is how it goes. In the event of an election, as what we just had just right now, there was a vacant seat. You won one seat and the other seat was still available. The person that got the next highest vote should have been the person that filled that seat. That's all it is. It doesn't make a difference who that person is. Now, where they're talking about these other offices and everything, I don't know how this gentleman redrafted the ordinance. Shar, could you join me, please? Because that ordinance was drafted to make it really simple and straight to the point with transparency, honesty, and clarity and the democratic process back here in the city of Rialto to the voices of the people. It is not to try to manipulate anything. It's to say the person that got the next highest vote would be the person that got the seat. Now, where they're talking about people dying or the third year or fourth year and things like that, more than likely that wouldn't have happened. And know this, if we had gotten to that point, the people that would have run would have clearly stated by running that they wanted that seat. So they wouldn't have denied that seat. But could you add a little more clarity for her about that?
My question to Mr. Vail, Attorney Vail, is there a
No,
legal
but I
precedent
let him
or
speak,
law that says that
Mr.
you
Mayor,
have to-
point of order.
Excuse me, point of order's been called.
Mr. Mayor, we've given the community the opportunity to speak. We are supposed to be having a discussion amongst the council to make a decision.
But you had a very wise council person that needed some clarity on that.
And I
the
agree
clarity
with that,
you
but
guys were
that's
not
up,
providing her
that's
did
up
not
to the
come
city
from the
attorney to
original
give her
ordinance.
clarity.
Ma'am,
I appreciate, excuse me, I appreciate, Brenda, your comments, but Councilmember Scott is correct. It's up to us. I allowed you to come up and say, and you clarified it. I'm glad you did.
Thank you for the
So
questions,
can I
Ms.
have my
Perez.
question answered or no?
No.
If I may, Mayor? I just wanted to address that the city attorney said we can discuss different scenarios. It's not that I didn't understand. I perfectly well understand. But there are different scenarios. And I was acknowledging with this gentleman here, you know, we heard everybody out, and this gentleman also expressed a concern. So my concern was going back the 4 years in that scenario. So I just wanted to clarify that. I understand as far as council, again, we have elections every 2 years, so there are recent elections when it is at the end of the 2-year term. Because as mentioned, at the beginning, the first 2 years, we have to follow protocol. So that would be different. But in other circumstances, as I mentioned, for the treasurer and the city clerk, as the gentleman also expressed, is going back 4 years where things may have changed. So as the attorney discussed at the beginning, there are different scenarios that we can discuss, and that's what we're doing at this time. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could add.
Yes.
The reason I went to the second and third and then yet another contingency is because I understood your comments to be, and the comments from the community is, they didn't want a free, open interview and appointment process. And if the ordinance that was put forward by the community was adopted, you go to the second vote getter, and if there is no second vote getter, or they refuse, or they've died, or they've moved away, state law says it comes back to the council to appoint. And so to avoid that situation, we went to the third, which would be second, then the third highest vote getter, which is what the community had been saying. I just wrote it out that way. And now I'm saying, hey, people die, people move, people refuse to do things, they have health issues. Second and third vote getters might not want to fill the position. We need to explain what's going to happen. If we don't include anything in the ordinance, it'll fall back on state law, and state law says it's an appointment process like the council went through, or a special election if you're close enough to a special election. And
We really don't have a choice. Either we accept this or we go back to, at least if I'm hearing the attorney, is that we go back to either an appointment or a special election. I made a motion to accept this ordinance, and do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, roll call.
Who made the motion?
Motion was made by me.
Mayor Baca,
Yes. Seconded by Carla.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Carla Perez. Aye. Are you calling the roll call?
Yes, I'm
Oh, I'm
calling
sorry.
the-
Okay, I thought you said who made the motion.
No, I was,
Okay,
because
aye.
that's how the roll call is done.
Okay.
So, she made the second, so you said yes. Mr. Matoye,
Nay.
Councilmember Scott,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Caracellis.
Okay, the motion fails on a 3-2 vote. Okay, the next item on the agenda is tab 6. Next item is tab 6.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Tonight on tab 6, we have a request for City Council to approve the purchase of 2 F-150 Ford pickup trucks, along with the equipment modifications and installation of emergency equipment. For
Move
total.
approval.
Motion's been made by Ed Scott.
Second.
Here, second by Andy Caraceres, member.
Nobody's voting against fire vehicles right now.
Is there?
Just like to add one trailer to the request.
Good timing, Chief.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for a very well done presentation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
The next item that we have is that we'll be going back, seeing that there's no other items that are here. We'll be going back into closed session and then coming back with reports from members of the council if they wish. And then close out. Pardon?
Just a reminder to you guys. Can I do that before I go into closed session?
Go ahead.
Yes, on, I think it's item E for the committees. I know it's on the consent calendar. I just want to let you know I will be drafting those letters and getting those to the prospective agency where they would know who would be representing this from the mayor and the city councils in the permanents and the alternates for those particular meetings. So those letters and phone calls will start tomorrow to go out to that. So if the, because I know some of those meetings are coming up. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
With that, then, do I hear a motion to go back into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made by Andy Catacetas, seconded by Carla Perez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll move into closed session and then come back with reports from members of the council and any other person from the city that would like to make a report.
Council completed its closed session agenda this evening. You had one item of anticipated litigation. You completed that item, gave direction to the city attorney. There's no other reportable action on that.
Thank you. Before we move on to council members or council members' report, I'm going to make sure that I have anyone else that would like to give a report. But before I do, hopefully that I can get the council to agree with me that in the future, any one of our meetings that we hold, that we allow the public 3 minutes versus 5 minutes. If it's okay with all of us, that we can incorporate that, so this way it would cut down the amount of time that we spent. Is there any problem with that? Or do we need a motion on that too?
Mayor, we have an existing procedural rule that gives people 5 minutes and an absolute right to address the political or the city council. So we would need to at least modify that section to move back to 3 minutes, which we can bring a resolution to you at the next meeting to do, or.
And that's what I was planning on bringing that, because I had talked to you about it. You had
Right.
wanted that, but I said it was done by the resolution, the order, the time limit that they speak, and it was a couple of other things that you had asked that you wanted to have on there, and so I was planning on bringing that at the next council meeting.
Okay, then we'll bring it back and discuss that at the next council meeting.
Along with the other items that you had requested to be part of that, which was several other items. And I can go over those with you with the city manager.
Okay, thank you. At this point, then, we'll call on, what order do we have normally? Parks Recreation or Fire, Police? Whomever wants to come up first.
You have community service.
Community Services?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Parks and Recreation here. All right, here's what's going on in Rialto. On Tiny Tots New Year's Bash will be Wednesday, January 15th at the Community Center in room 303 from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. Feeding America meal distribution will be at the Grace Vargas Senior Center Wednesday, January 15th from 9 to 11 a.m. The Friends of Rialto Senior Center will be hosting Friday Night Bingo Friday, January 17th at Grace Vargas Senior Center from 4 to 9 p.m. Rec and Roll Saturdays will be, this Saturday will be at Ferguson Park from 9 to 12 p.m. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is on Monday, so the city offices will be closed. The point in time count will be Thursday, January 23rd. Check-in will be at Rialto Community Center at 5:45 a.m. We currently have 23 volunteers registered, so we're hoping to have a good turnout. Rec and Roll Saturday for January 25th will be at Jerry Eves Park from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Tiny Tots February session registration will close on Friday, January 31st at 6 p.m. Swimming pool, February swimming lessons registration will open Saturday, February 1st at Tom Sawyer Pool at 8 a.m. February swim classes will begin Monday, February 3rd at Tom Sawyer Pool. Tiny Tots February registration session will begin February 3rd for Hugh Banks Elementary Preschool Program. Paulentines will be Saturday, February 8th at Andreessen Dog Park, 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. And then our Senior Center Sweethearts Dance will be at Grace Vargas Senior Center Thursday, February 13th from 3 to 6 p.m. The Teen Center Valentine's Day Party will be Friday, February 14th at the Teen Center from 3 to 6 p.m. And then your save the date will be for our very first event this 2025 calendar year. The Spring Extravaganza will be Saturday, April 19th at Frisbee Park from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any comments, any members in reference to Cynthia? Thank you very much for the report. Hopefully that in your report you can include a lot of the openings that'll be coming, because we have baseball that'll be coming at each of the parks along with softball. So this way, if any member would like to attend that, at least we would have it on our calendars too as well. So if you can incorporate that in part of this that's coming up shortly. Thank you, Cynthia. Next, Brian?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Council. I just want to remind the members of the community that we are certainly supporting the regional fire efforts in throughout the state of California. While we do that, our fire stations do remain fully staffed as they always have. There are no current fires in this region to be concerned about, although we still have weather, and so there still are potential. But we've had no damage to any Rialto structures, no injuries to any Rialto residents due to the weather event. I do have a short PSA if council would like to see that as a reminder to the residents on what we're doing and where we're sitting, if that's something you.
No, go ahead.
I think Gabe might have that queued up. As fires continue to rage across Southern California, we wanted to take a
little
moment
higher.
to
A little louder, Gabe.
acknowledge the fear and uncertainty many of you are feeling. Watching these events unfold is truly heartbreaking, and we want to assure you that your safety is our top priority. Preparedness, coordination, and collaboration have been at the forefront of our efforts. Over the past year, we've strengthened partnerships across city departments and key stakeholders, including Rialto Unified School District, the railways, County Flood Control, and Caltrans. These collaborations are critical to reducing risk, improving response readiness, and ensuring the safety of our community. Notable efforts have included enhanced weed abatement programs by clearing high-risk areas throughout the city to minimize fire hazards, focusing on vulnerable locations, community assessments by conducting fire safety surveys and training in our mobile home parks and senior living facilities to better protect our most at-risk residents. We've improved coordination with CAL FIRE, County Fire, Cal OES, and other regional fire cooperators to ensure seamless local and regional response efforts. Enhancing support for our vulnerable populations by providing critical resources like backup power units and temporary accommodations during power outages and extreme weather events. And enhancing partnerships with city staff to expand planning, response, and mitigation efforts. The strength of Rialto, though, lies in our people, neighbors who care, families who persevere, and a community that stands together. We are honored to serve you and committed to ensuring your safety. Please stay prepared, stay connected, and know that you are not alone. We are here for you every step of the way. Thank you for being the heart of this city and for making Rialto an amazing place to live, work, and play. Stay ready, Rialto. Thank you. Yeah, just a reminder to the residents that we're here with our law enforcement partners 24/7, 365, regardless of what's going on in the state or the region. We stay staffed and we're here. Our residents are always our utmost priority, and we're here to protect and serve. So I just want to thank you for the support.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank the firefighters that are currently volunteering to be there with what's going on in the LA area, and for the service they're providing to our community too as well, and making sure that we're safe, not only now, but in the future as well, and doing a lot of the preventive, which becomes very important.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Ed?
Chief, while you're up there, as you know, I've sent you an email as the mayor, as I have the mayor, the city manager, the police chief and Mr. Sullivan from Public Works requesting meetings with not only your departments, and since you do oversee EOC, not only your departments, but our water agency, to have a discussion about fire hydrants, what we're doing to make sure they're all operating and working, a procedure for your individuals, because they have talked to me about this, to clearly mark fire hydrants and report fire hydrants when they malfunction during a fire, and we do have those. But additionally, our evacuation routes, which nobody on this council knows what they are, and I doubt very many people living in this city know what they are, and we all should know that. And procedures to take in the event of a emergency, whether it be a fire, an earthquake, or some other disaster. So I think it's time for Rialto to lead the charge, and I've talked at length with the mayor about it. He's in agreement. We need to come together, come up with a plan, and implement that plan so that in the event something does happen, and Ms. Gonzalez was correct, we could be an Altadena. We need to be able to handle that situation, and our community needs to know how to get out of this city in the event that that happens. So all of those items, plus whatever else is on the table, needs to be discussed. And frankly, we need to have a long conversation about EOC, who's running EOC, and if we need to add another body or two onto EOC to manage it, but it's time for us to do it.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it. I couldn't agree more, and thank you for the leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for those comments. Mayor Pro Tem Ed Scott, you've got to get used to saying that now. Yes, we did discuss this, and hopefully, you know, we can move in the right direction and get all of the entities involved in giving the input to make sure that we're totally well prepared, not only now, but in the future as well. So, thank you. Next, police. My head was ready to adjourn. Yeah.
So I don't have any big public safety announcements to make for you, Mayor, but I will actually once again reiterate and invite you to the signing tomorrow of the beam at 11 o'clock. It'll go until 12. It's not a, you know, there's not a lot of fanfare for it. We're hoping the wind controls. We just want everybody here in the city, staff, everybody could be involved to come over and sign the beam. That's the final beam that'll go up into the building. That'll ensure a place of history, because that beam will be here for the entire time that building will be here. So it's just something that is, you know, hopefully beneficial to you, council, because we've said it before, and I hope you understand it. That building wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people like you. And I appreciate Mr. Scott's leadership, Mayor, your support, the rest of the council, for getting us to the point where we need to be with this police department. Speaking of the PD with staffing, I know that captains and I had a discussion. Captain Adams particularly spearheaded a patrol into the riverbed just because of the high winds and potential for fires, because people actually light fires, you know, this to stay warm. And we initiated those patrols with the council, once again, support with getting us the Can-Ams a few years ago. The Board of Supervisor for the 4th District, Joe Baca Jr., actually got 2 more for us. Oh, I'm sorry, 5th District, my bad. Well, there you go. So, but we utilized that equipment this weekend and made contact with every single individual that was in the riverbed, and it was for an opportunity for us to educate, assist, and more importantly, if we found anybody that was lighting fires, to arrest them for any type of potential for arson, to eliminate any type of issues in our community. So with the fire department's help, I see your public safety unit's a pretty good team effort right now. So our whole goal is to keep the city safe through, you know, education, last resort of enforcement, but to make sure that we don't have an issue like Los Angeles. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Next, Community Development, Kobe, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. We don't have anything specific to report other than we do have our EDC meeting coming up at the end of January. We do have a full host of items to discuss with that committee, and I think it'll set the tone for those items that will be coming forward in February and March back to council. One is a major policy project that you've seen before, the Foothill Central Specific Plan update, which will significantly increase the residential densities in the downtown Rialto area and along the Foothill corridor, and will also greatly allow property owners greater utility of their property, and they'll be able to have much more flexibility with commercial development, retail development, and also housing options. So it'll be a great project for council to see coming forward.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Tanya Williams, none of the report. Okay, at this time then I'll call on the City Manager.
No, the only thing I would report is we have been moving forward with the council committee of Mayor Pro Tem Scott and Mayor Baca on the recruitment, and we've been able, with your help and the council's help, all 5 of you, to move forward and probably have someone in place in the near future. So we appreciate your help because it's a lot of work, and we've set a meeting for interviews coming up in 2.5 weeks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Treasurer, Carrillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, I had a conversation with the finance today because they're a little behind on, or shorthanded with people, and the concern is getting checks and wires out in time. So there's going to be a delay in getting some of that stuff out. So if you get calls as to payments not getting out quickly, that's the cause we have right now. So we're trying to help Margaret out with my staff to see what we can do to help her get caught up and get some of that stuff done on a timely basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations on being appointed to the Veterans Committee and also the Cemetery Committee. Is that the first time that you've been appointed to a committee?
Yes. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Attorney?
Mayor, I have nothing to report publicly tonight. I got direction in closed session on a few items, and I'll be bringing those back to you.
Okay, next, Barbara McGee. Hearing none, now for members of the council. Council Member Ed Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Vell, I do have one question for you related to tab item 5. And that was if the community were to want to move forward with a ordinance that would allow the third runner-up to be appointed to a council seat, they could also do that through a referendum. Is that not correct?
Correct. They could do a citizen-initiated initiative and seek to put that on the ballot at either a special election if it qualified or the next regular election.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
That's actually all I have. I got the chance to talk to the fire chief about the concerns you and I have about evacuation routes and what we do during an emergency, and that's something that I know all of us up here is very important to us, so I want to make sure we move forward with that.
Okay, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my my thoughts and prayers to all the families that have been displaced in the Altadena Palisades, all the families that have been affected by the fires. I'm grateful that here in Rialto we have not witnessed any of that, and it's all due to, well, in part, the efforts and the proactiveness of our fire chief. So I want to make sure that he's acknowledged, along with our police chief as well, who jointly are always active with a lot of the homeless encampments and making sure that these areas are cleared and that the transient population is not lighting fires and creating or causing hazards in the city. And I look forward to showing up tomorrow and sign that beam. I hope the winds don't blow too hard so that we can have a successful beam signing. And lastly, I want to congratulate our new Mayor Pro Tem, Ed Scott. I thank you guys for the council that was here previously for the opportunity of in the honor of being Mayor Pro Tem. So congratulations to the new Mayor Pro Tem, and that's all I have for today.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carla Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to also echo some of what Mayor Pro Tem or Councilmember Andy Carrizales mentioned. You know, our thoughts and prayers are with everyone affected by the recent fires, and a huge thank you to our fire department for being out there and providing support. And with that, I'd also like to wish a happy belated birthday to our fire chief, Brian Park. And I know it's been a difficult, you know, last couple of days, but I hope you found some time to celebrate.
When was his birthday?
How old is he?
That we cannot disclose, but it was Sunday.
Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday. Okay, Councilmember Montoya.
So I want to thank everybody for a very memorable first meeting. I want to thank all the council members, the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the public. This is going to be something I'm not going to be able to forget. So thank you all. I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to again congratulate Edward Montoya on becoming a member of our council, and hopefully that all of us can work as a team in moving the city of Rialto forward. I think it's important that we become innovative and think about where we're at today and where we need to be in the future. And I think if we all pull our heads together along with the city manager and the appropriate advice from our attorney, that we can begin to start looking at where we're at today and where we want to be at tomorrow. As long as we keep focus on the best interests of the city, and I think everybody here on the council has that interest in assuring that not only that we look towards the future, but also look at what we can do as the actions that was taken through the presentation that was done by Tim Sullivan earlier in reference to informing our communities about the restoration and emergency services and TSPS that we now know what the definition of PS stands for too as well, because a lot of people in the community, when they hear that, they don't really know what it really stands for, but at least now they've been informed as to kind of assistance that they can get in the city, from the city of Rialto, and where to go to as well. And it was mentioned in one of the comments by one of the citizens that maybe we could look at another storage place or a place where they can go other than going to Fontana or to, I noticed that there was one in San Bernardino on there that was not mentioned, and that was the Ralph Hernandez Center too as well, that we can look towards having a shelter as well for identifying, so this way people can say, hey, here, there's a shelter in the city of Rialto that we can go and get assistance, or for the purpose of safety too as well. With that, the meeting, that's my last of my report. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Council Member Carla, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Scott. Ed Scott. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.